Today's video is brought to us by Zenith Firearms. Zenith was founded in 2014. It's a family-owned company and based in Afton, Virginia. Their reputation is built on excellent customer service with over 50 engineers and manufacturing specialists. Their ZF5 is made in the USA as well, and it's the first in a full lineup of rollerblade blowback firearms, parts, and accessories manufactured by Zenith Firearms in the US. It's a full-sized 9mm firearm capable of semi-automatic or fully automatic firing, depending on the model and needs of the end user. Now, the ZF5's design is something that's near and dear to my heart, and I look forward to being able to test one out one day. Thank you to Zenith Firearms for being a friend of the channel, and if you want to check them out, it's Zenith Firearms. You know what. Thanks, and now on to today's video. Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel. I appreciate your time. Thank you for watching. If you want to join this growing freedom family, you want to be kept in the news with good news like this one, then hit that subscribe button down below. And welcome to the growing freedom family. Our friend of the channel, Dick Heller. Yes, that Dick Heller. Heller versus DC. He beat DC again. On June 30th, he filed another lawsuit versus Washington, D.C. This time he challenged their arbitrary limit to how many rounds a person can have on them at any one time. 20. Yeah, you're concealed carrying. You can only have 20 rounds. They limit the amount of rounds you can carry on yourself because, yeah. On screen here, this came out yesterday afternoon. And I'm going to show you two documents here because this is phenomenal. This is the defendants basically giving up. It says the defendants' notice of repeal. Defendants, Washington, D.C., provide the attached notice of emergency and proposed rulemaking by the Metropolitan Police Department promulgated on September 14th of 2022. It was effective immediately on signature and will be published in the September 23, 2022 edition of the DC Register. The notice repeals the ammunition limit challenged here. And this was submitted by Carl Racine, who's the AG of the District of Columbia, as well as Chad Copeland, the Deputy Attorney General in the Civil Litigation Division. Now, I told you that we've been getting a lot of victories post New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruen. And as you may or may not be aware, in the text of the Second Amendment and the history and tradition of this country, never have they said you can only have so many rounds on you, because that one extra round turns you into a nuclear bomb. I don't know. I don't know what their thought process was, because it's totally arbitrary and trying to control what people can do in the name of safety. On screen here is the form that was just mentioned. This is DC Metro Police Department's Notice of Emergency and Proposed Rulemaking. It says the Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, pursuant to the authority under Section 911(2) of the Firearms Regulations Control Act of 1975, effective June 16th of 2015, hereby gives notice of the adoption on an emergency basis of an amendment to Section 9243 of Chapter 23 of Title 24 of the District of Columbia Municipal Regulations. The district's firearms regulations currently limit the amount of ammunition concealed carry licensees may carry to 20 rounds. In June 2022, this limit was challenged in the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia in Heller v. District of Columbia. Plaintiffs cite a recent U.S. Supreme Court decision, New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruen, which altered the framework for considering the constitutionality of firearms regulations. No, it didn't. It confirmed our rights and told government they were overstepping. But anyway, a motion for preliminary injunction to enjoin enforcement is pending before the court in Heller. On review of these developments, this regulation, its enforcement history, and in consideration of other regulations that govern concealed carry licensees, the Chief has determined that emergency rulemaking action is prudent and necessary for the immediate preservation of the welfare of district residents and to enable the district to avoid occurring liability for attorney's fees in legal challenges, meaning they're going to lose, and he knows it. The Chief immediately repeals the challenged provision to effect a change in law sooner than otherwise would be possible. This emergency rulemaking was adopted on September 14th, 2022 and became effective immediately and will remain in effect for up to 120 days from the date of its adoption until January 12th, 2023, or upon publication of a notice of final rulemaking in the DC Register, whichever occurs first. In addition, the chief gives notice to the intent to take final rulemaking action to adopt these amendments in not less than 30 days for the date of publication of this notice in the DC Register. So, thank you again, Dick Heller. Dick Heller is quite possibly the MVP of gun litigation in this country, definitely in DC, because he's regularly kicking their ass. And I know Dick's watching this, and I hope that made you chuckle, buddy. Dude, good job. Congratulations. Another big win. No longer will there be an arbitrary amount of ammunition that you can carry in Washington, D.C. Made no sense. It was obvious backdoor gun control. And now it's done. So good on you, Dick. Way to go, guys and gals. Check out the Heller Foundation. I'll have links down below. You can check it out and support what they do over there. And if you haven't already, why haven't you hit that subscription button down below? Hit it. Go ahead. Hit it. Join this growing freedom family. Like the video if you like it. Share the video so other people see it.
So 2 cases challenging the ATF's bump stock ban and the ATF's authority to regulate similar items have been distributed to the Supreme Court for conference in just 2 weeks. So let's talk about this. But real quick before we jump into this video, if you believe that the ATF needs to be abolished, go ahead and hit that like button and subscribe. So like I said in the intro, 2 cases challenging the ATF's interpretation of bump stocks as actual machine guns are up for Supreme Court conference and consideration in just 2 weeks. The cases we'll be talking about in this video are Apashian v. Garland and GOA v. Garland. These 2 cases were carried over from the Supreme Court's last term, and now they are 2 major Second Amendment cases that the Supreme Court has on their docket for next term and now have distributed for conference and for consideration, and we will see if they are going to try to take these up and issue, once again, 2 more landmark Supreme Court decisions. These 2 cases challenge the ATF's ability to arbitrarily change regulatory definitions in a way that's more akin to them creating legislation on their own. These 2 cases, if taken up by the Supreme Court, have the potential to stop current and future Second Amendment violations by the ATF, which we all know that they have been very active in. They have been going after various things, not just bump stocks. They've been going after frames and receivers. They plan to go after pistol braces. They've gone after various triggers, homemade suppressors, all kinds of items. And so these 2 cases challenge the ATF's ability to do those types of actions. Now, some quick background on these 2 cases and how this whole issue arose and what's being challenged in these 2 cases. For many years, the ATF had correctly concluded that the NFA and GCA's definition of the term machine gun does not include devices like bump stocks. However, after the incident in Las Vegas, the ATF, after being ordered by then President Trump, decided to arbitrarily change the regulatory definition of the term machine gun so that bump stocks as items would be considered to actually be machine guns within their own right. The new rule took effect in March of 2019, and therefore under federal law, owners were required to either destroy the items, to destroy those devices, or to surrender them over to the ATF. This change in definition made possessors of bump stocks subject to punishment of 10 years in prison and or a fine of over $250,000 if they failed to destroy or to surrender those bump stocks. In the Apashian case, Mr. Apashian purchased a slide fire bump stock before the ATF's final rule on bump stocks actually took place. In response to his lawsuit, the Biden administration also filed a brief to the Supreme Court arguing that the ATF has appropriately interpreted the term machine gun to actually encompass devices like bump stocks. The 3 main arguments that the Biden administration made in their brief was that the plaintiffs here, the petitioners here, have failed to show a likelihood of success on the merits, and that there is no division in authority warranting the Supreme Court's review of this issue. And they also argued that Chevron deference does not need to be reviewed by the Supreme Court in this context. If you aren't aware what Chevron deference refers to, Chevron deference is a term coined after a landmark case referring to the doctrine of judicial deference given to administrative actions. Generally, for an agency like the ATF to be given Chevron deference, the agency's interpretation of an ambiguous statute or term must be rational or reasonable. So when a statute has ambiguous terms, the agency responsible for enforcing that statute may be able to determine what that term was intended to mean as long as their interpretation is rational or reasonable. In contrast to Chevron deference, the rule of lenity indicates that when dealing with criminal statutory interpretation, a court is required to apply any unclear or ambiguous law in a way that is most favorable to the people, not the enforcement agency like the ATF. The interpretation of the definition of a machine gun does involve criminal penalties, and therefore the argument in this case and other cases as well is that the rule of lenity would direct courts to interpret that term in a way that is most favorable to the people, not to what the ATF says. Now, Apportion was originally set to be distributed to the Supreme Court for conference all the way back in December of 2021. However, while we were waiting for that conference to take place, the Sixth Circuit issued a ruling in another bump stock case called the GOA v. Garland case. That is the Gun Owners of America case that they brought against the ATF. These two cases are similar in nature but arose out of different plaintiffs and also occurred in different circuit courts. The Sixth Circuit en banc panel, in reviewing the GOA case, was unable to reach a majority opinion and instead issued a rare 8-8 deadlocked ruling. This deadlocked ruling in the Sixth Circuit resulted in no precedential appeal court decision, and by default, the result of that was that the lower court's ruling, which prior was in favor of the ATF, had to be affirmed by that circuit court ruling. Now, after that Sixth Circuit ruling, which was deadlocked, the Apportion case, which was at the Supreme Court level, was then removed from conference and has kind of been in limbo ever since. And the theory was that the Supreme Court simply was going to put the Apportion case on hold, kind of put it in limbo until the GOA case was able to work its way all the way up to Supreme Court and for them to kind of be at the same level. And the theory was that the Supreme Court wanted to actually take these two cases up at the same time because they are very similar in nature. They deal with the same issue, the same kind of ATF regulatory authority, bump stocks as well, but it just is different plaintiffs in different circuit courts. The last Supreme Court term, we received a ton of landmark Supreme Court decisions, not just in the Second Amendment context. Of course, we got that Bruen decision, which was really important and was huge for the Second Amendment and Second Amendment litigation going forward. Then you also had the West Virginia v. EPA case, which dealt directly on Chevron deference, the major question doctrine, and the type of kind of regulatory authority that an agency has outside of the scope of what a statute expressly states. Now, although the West Virginia v. EPA case dealt specifically with the EPA as a regulatory agency, that case has broader implications and broader impacts. Really, that case was about what authority do executive agencies have beyond those that are expressly delegated to them by Congress in a statute. In reaching their decision, the Supreme Court, in reviewing that case, said the case involved the major question doctrine. Under the major question doctrine, the Supreme Court declared that if an agency seeks to decide an issue of major national significance, its actions must be supported by clear statutory authorization. Now, let me explain why the use of the major question doctrine is very important also for the Second Amendment context. Currently, the ATF has engaged in various actions, claiming that under the vague statutory language of the NFA and GCA, they have the power under Chevron to make whatever rules they want. This includes their actions banning bump stocks, their new rules against frames and receivers, their new pistol brace rule, which is set to take place in December. Then they have their attacks against rare breed triggers and other triggers that are force reset triggers, and then also homemade, made on your own suppressors or self-manufactured suppressors. So the ATF has engaged in a lot of regulatory actions under their own interpretation and their own arbitrary changing of definitions. And so the West Virginia v. EPA case, which established the major question doctrine, really puts a lot of those actions by the ATF at risk. What the Supreme Court indicated in the West Virginia case is that agencies will no longer be afforded broad Chevron deference when their actions have vast economic and political significance. Again, what the ATF is doing also falls into those categories. So in the Supreme Court's last term with the decisions in Bruen and West Virginia, they really set the framework for this type of lawsuit and this type of challenge, and now it's up to the Supreme Court if they want to hear this issue. And the update really is that both Apportion and the GOA case have been set for conference on September 28th, so just in 2 weeks. Out of these cases, you could get a decision by the Supreme Court that really would hit maybe on the constitutionality of the NFA and GCA, maybe what authority the ATF has to regulate these types of items and other items as well under those statutes, as well as maybe a decision which could drastically rein in the ATF as a law enforcement agency and maybe what they can do in the future. But hopefully we will know really soon, in just a couple of weeks, what the Supreme Court decides they want to do. After a conference is held, usually the following week, we get an order from the Supreme Court indicating what they decided to do after that conference. So once they take it up for conference, we should know fairly soon whether or not they're going to grant cert in that case, in that issue, or whether or not they're going to kick it down the road or just simply deny cert. So these are cases we'll definitely be keeping our eyes on going into these next couple of weeks. If you guys have any questions, go ahead and comment down below and I'll try to answer the best of my ability. Also, like this video and like support the channel. One of the best ways to
wanna change. It sounds like you're lying. It sounds like you're lying.
You are the number line.
didn't see it coming. Oh. Old walls that I'm stuck inside. I guess beauty sees what I can't find. I didn't, no, I didn't see it coming. Well, I got your message. I want you to know that you are the love of my life. The love of my life. You never leave when the song is over. You ride or die till the end. You're the love of my life. My life. My
Lost our minds, no one can feel what we are feeling at the moment. Feels like we're far, so far away, and face to face with life we've stolen. I will remember every touch, got nothing to compare to this. Whose dream has become his nightmare, his duty and his mission. Unless
hide it. I had to hide it. 'Cause I have grown strong without you around. I've just gotta fight it. I don't wanna go back there. Don't wanna fall into your arms again. Don't wanna give you everything I have and see you walk away. Don't wanna fall into your arms again. Don't wanna be reminded of the pain and the love. Don't wanna fall into your arms again. Don't wanna be reminded of the pain and the love Don't want to wait, now you was late, baby, don't lie to me. If you forget being the way, then forget about me. I can't stand you for so long now. Why don't you say it, that you're a liar? Hearts in pieces, my words on fire. I wanna run away from your love, away from your love. If you don't like what it feels like, then you don't like to me. I'm on my way, but if you change, you can come back to me. But please don't lie to me. But please don't lie to me. It's not okay like this. Yeah. If you don't like what it feels like, then you don't lie to me. I'm on my way, but if you change, you can come back to me. But please don't lie to me. But please don't lie to me. It's not okay like this. Yeah. Why don't you see it, that you're a liar? Hearts in pieces, my words on fire. I wanna run away from your love, away from your love.
sad to see that you're showing me there's more to love. Love than enough.
I need you, baby. That's not enough, not enough. I need your company. What about the melody? The melody. There's a rift between you and me, but where's the melody? The melody, melody. There's a rift between you and me, but where's the melody?
It's been a while since I saw your face and nobody else. So when I knew that you could see me too, I wanted you all for myself.
without you. No matter what I try, I can't be without you, so I'll die. You know how I feel. Won't you show me that it's real? Help me, I am so lonely. I'm falling down.
beautiful. And I just wanna let you know that you don't have to go away. Just stay with me. Everything is so beautiful. And I just wanna let you know that you don't have to go away. Just stay with me. Everything is so beautiful. And I just wanna let you know that you don't have to go away. Just stay with me. I can always be right by you. You can always be with me too. I don't wanna let you go. I can always be right by you. You can always be with me too. I don't wanna let you go. Don't wanna let you go. Everything is so beautiful. And I just wanna let you know that you don't have to go away. Just stay with me.
I wanna take wanna change. It sounds like you're lying. It sounds like you're lying.
You are the love of life.
built for you just to dig me out with silver spoons. No, I didn't see it coming. Oh. Old walls that I'm stuck inside. I guess beauty sees what I can't find. I didn't. No, I didn't see it coming. Well, I got your note and I got your message. I want you to know that you are the love of my life. The love of my life. You never leave when the song is over. You roll your dice till the end. You're the love of my life. My life. My
Lost our minds, no one can feel what we are feeling at the moment. Feels like we're far, so far away, and face to face with life we've stolen. I will remember every touch, got nothing to compare to this.
and its mission.
to hide it. I had to hide it. 'Cause I have grown strong without you around. I just gotta fight it. I don't wanna go back there. Don't wanna fall into your arms again. Don't wanna give you everything I have and see you walk away. Don't wanna fall into your arms again. Don't wanna be reminded of the pain and the love. Don't wanna fall into your arms again. Don't wanna be reminded of the pain and the love No other way that you was like, baby, don't lie to me. If you forget being the way, then forget about me. I can't stand you for so long now. Why don't you see it? Liar, liar, hearts in pieces, my words on fire. I wanna run away from your love, away from your love. If you don't like what it feels like, then you don't like to me. I'm on my way, but if you change, you can come back to me. But please don't lie to me. But please don't lie to me. It's not okay like this. Yeah. If you don't like what it feels like, then you don't like to me. I'm on my way, but if you change, you can come back to me. But please don't lie to me. But please don't lie to me. It's not okay like this. Yeah. Why don't you see it? Liar, liar, hearts in pieces, my words on fire. I wanna run away from your love, away from your love.
darkness, you're the light. You make my heart open right up. And lately, it gets hard to see, but you show me there's more to love. Love it enough.
attorneys. Today we're talking about a Good Samaritan who stopped a potential mass shooter and is now being prosecuted in the state of Maryland. Stay tuned. We're going to talk about what he did, what mistakes he made that potentially you could have made as well. And before we get started, show your support for the Second Amendment by hitting the like button. And check out our sponsor, Legal Heat. LegalHeat.com is a wonderful purveyor of handgun licenses throughout the country. You're going to see that handgun licenses can be incredibly important. That's what today's video is about. I know there are so many constitutional carry states out there. I get it. You know, of course, Richard and I got handgun licenses in Texas well before we had constitutional carry. But I can tell you, I mean, I'm not getting rid of mine anytime soon. There are too many benefits. We could spend a whole video talking about the benefits. I'll tell you my favorite. Speeding tickets. No, do police officers have to let you get away with speeding because you have a handgun license? Of course not. Does it work?
I mean, has it worked for you a dozen times?
At least.
Yeah.
Okay, that doesn't say anything about my driving. All right, I'll kick us off today. We're talking about retired Marine Lloyd Muldrow, who was in the, I guess, fortunate or unfortunate, given, what happened to him later, position to stop someone who was in a public place. He sort of lost it, this guy. He actually pistol whipped someone. He took out a gun. He was threatening to kill everyone. And this retired Marine took him down, not with his handgun, but just took him down barehanded, subdued him, kept everyone safe until police arrived. Well, what happened when police arrived? He disclosed to them, of course, that he was carrying a handgun, told them where it was, wanted to keep himself safe, wanted to keep them safe. And then he was arrested for having that handgun. Richard, what happened?
Yeah, unfortunately, his license was issued by the state of Virginia, and Maryland does not recognize any other state's license or permit to carry. So when you're in the state of Maryland, you would have to have a Maryland permit in order to generally carry in public.
In Baltimore, it's a misdemeanor, but it's still arrestable. I know, this guy probably saved somebody's life and he got arrested.
I can imagine that most of our heads are exploding right now because we live in a post-New York State rifle and pistol world where, we were told, by Justice Clarence Thomas that the predominant reason for the Second Amendment is for self-defense outside of the home. And how in the heck can these licensing requirements still stand these types of scrutiny? Why don't we have full faith and credit just like driver's licenses? I can hear all these comments. And I will say Maryland is probably one of the first states to react to the New York State Rifle and Pistol Association decision because they changed their law.
Exactly. So remember, New York State Rifle and Pistol did not dismantle the licensing scheme in general. All it did was say you cannot be a may issue state, right?
Right.
You have to be a shall issue state. Recall that may issue states, you could jump through all the hoops, you could satisfy the background checks, you could do everything that you were supposed to do by law to get that handgun license, but there was a discretionary component. So law enforcement could still look and say, but not this guy here.
Right.
We're not going to give him a license because, and they generally put it in terms of good moral character, or you need a good and compelling reason, or substantial cause. And generally speaking, the simple want of wanting to defend yourself with a handgun outside the home if need be was not enough for these may issue states. And so the governor of Maryland actually reacted to this, directed their state police to remove their good and substantial reason requirement in their handgun licenses. So Maryland has taken Bruen and essentially complied with the Bruen ruling by saying we're no longer a may issue handgun licensing state. We are a shall issue. And Bruen did not tell us that every state has to recognize every other state's handgun licenses. That remains the same. So, I believe that the state of Maryland is actually following our new world order here with Bruen, don't you think?
Yeah, and apart from, and this is kind of a frustrating part about case law, is the court only decides the issue that's in front of them at that particular time. And so whenever we saw the New York State Rifle and Pistol case be decided, we saw all those questions. Hey, can I go carry generally in public in New York or my home state, or, and the answer to those questions were generally no, because it really only invalidated that one condition for the state of New York. And then, then it had to get applied out to the states, implemented, litigated. And that's kind of where we are here. And will this get challenged under the New York State Rifle and Pistol Association v. Bruen standard? And I imagine so. Most of these licensing schemes, I can imagine, are going to be challenged in one way or another. So, it's not the end of the story. But this is just a perfect illustration of you got to be so conscious of where you're carrying, because I'll tell you, if this took place in Texas, he'd probably be getting a medal from the governor of the state of Texas.
Yeah, exactly. And, instead what we have is he'll be appearing in court on October 31st. He and his attorney have given some public statements now. They intend to take this to trial. They intend to not take any sort of plea bargain, no deals on this, which, you understand that gut reaction, like,
Yeah.
look, I'm the hero. How can you do this to me? It puts him in a scary place, though, because essentially he is relying on something we call jury nullification.
Yeah.
Right? So, go ahead, Richard.
Well, I was just going to say, the system, and that's, I don't call it the justice system anymore. The system treats whether you're a hardened criminal, 25 to life gang member, or whether you're kind of a hero in this scenario, the system treats you the same. And so it's kind of a huge wake-up call to a lot of people who find themselves in these defensive incidents, because that's kind of the unfortunate and uncomfortable position that he's in. But going back to your point on jury nullification, I think that's what they have to hang their hat on.
Right, which is just this idea that a jury can look and say, yes, I do see that technically in the black and white, he has committed a criminal offense, but we're not finding him guilty. And that's just, it's tough. If you're going to trial relying on jury nullification as
Yeah.
a defense attorney, you are really, really sweating bullets the whole time. The state generally does not prosecute heroes. And so, if you are carrying past a trespassing sign and you end up having to, stop a mass shooter by using your handgun, are you generally going to be prosecuted for that? And our answer generally is no. But just because it's not a good idea for the state to do it doesn't mean that they can't or they won't. And this is a very, very good reminder that, particularly depending on your jurisdiction, there is nothing stopping them. And you have to be very conscious of where you are.
No, exactly right. And I think and I do think we'll see some constitutional challenges arising out of this, criminal charge, and we hope to see those litigated. But this case is a perfect illustration about, even in light of jury nullification or challenging the underlying constitutionality of, whether I need a license in a particular state, that you have to understand the federal law on what may protect you.
Exactly. And remember, this hero's problem here in part was he was in a different state. So you need to know when federal law protects you and when it does not, when you are traveling between states in order to keep you safe. We've got an entire video on it here. We hope you enjoyed this discussion. Thank you for watching. Please consider subscribing to our channel and help us fight the anti-2A algorithm by sharing this video. And until next time, we're the Armed Attorneys.
I'm also wondering how the price of Flare will do. If everybody gets their token distribution, their airdrop, are they planning to, dump their Flare tokens right away into USDT and then use those profits to try to buy Flare lower? Are they going to take their Flare immediately and begin wrapping it and delegating it to earn rewards? What do you think Price is going to do? What's up, guys? Kevin Cage here with another crypto update. Hope everybody's doing well today, and we're going to dive into Flare Networks, this Flare distribution, the Flare proposal that's going on currently, along with Flare just being in observation mode. So we'll talk about the token distribution and a few options and how this could play out. I'm really just going to be referencing the Flare blog. So if you go to Flare's website and go to their latest blog, this was posted on September 9th, so just last week. This is super recent, so I just want to dive into a few bullet points. So first and foremost, we can see the Flare token. This is no longer called Spark. I know last year we were calling it the Spark token, the Spark airdrop, the Flare snapshot. So notice the native token of Flare Network, I still say Flare Networks, is to be called Flare with the ticker FLR. It will no longer be called Spark. So we've been in this observation mode for a little while, and we can see that Flare Network is officially live. The Flare mainnet Genesis was completed on July 14th. Now, a few things, just posting some bullet points in Discord, really referencing that blog, so you can just check out that blog directly. The launch and token distribution. When the Flare Foundation controls less than 33% of the network validation power, the network will be sufficiently decentralized and observation mode will conclude and end, and then the public token distribution event, or the TDE, can occur. And this is still expected to happen in late September, fingers crossed, because we have the XLS 20 amendment being delayed, and we don't know how long that could take.
But since we have this potential profile, why long it here? So let's look at the context of everything. Don't get me wrong, it could absolutely fail. Because there is randomness, you know? There is a point. It could do anything. So here's the thing, when you're looking at your trades, you shouldn't look at it. You should be looking at your trades from every scenario that could potentially happen. What happens if it rolls here? What happens if it rolls there? What happens if it doesn't work? What happens if it works? What does that look like when it works? And you need to kind of visualize the different scenarios, because in the end, the markets are random. This isn't some orchestrated shit that just happens because it's destiny, you know? Anything can happen. So what are the scenarios that could happen? This is like sports. The baseball's not going to just be a fastball. The pitcher could throw it in many different ways. So let's look at context. So never look at trades from an absolute perspective. See, she's already coming back. Never look at the trades from an absolute perspective. The expected value is always shifting, and also you need to be building context. I don't know, it's like Spin was trying to look at my trades yesterday, that big one, and it's like, you don't understand why that was a good trade. We can actually look at that. So let's get the context of this. We have a neutral profile. You can see it. It's within the yellow triangle, right? We come down and it's struggling to go. See how it's struggling to go? Just guys, and you should probably pay attention and take advantage of like me speaking, because there could be a day where I don't do this anymore for you guys. So I just don't know where else you're gonna find this type of bullshit on the internet for free. So we have the profile, but look at the price action. See, it's struggling to go down. This alone is telling a story. It should be puking. We should be seeing this sustain. So that means if it's not sustaining here, God damn it, Tarukin, come here, sit on my lap, boy. Oh, you're hungry. They need food. No. So it puked, but it keeps doing this in this section. Fuck, Tarukin, get out of here. Fuck, man. Fucking annoying. Gotta stand on everything. Yeah, the trade that long would be already failing. That's why it was more anticipated as scalp. Right? And look, the buyers couldn't get it here. The buyers ain't even getting it. So you would think after this bullshit down, the buyers should be able to fucking fast shove it. They couldn't even get it through the fucking reclaim. Right? So They couldn't even get it through the fucking reclaim. So if they're not shoving it up and it ain't puking down, then surely it's going to have to go a bit lower. So it does, but look at this. Again, this is the same type of price action as this. They still are not fucking puking it. So then what? They finally fucking unwind the position. I wanted to trade here, but the internet crashed. Obviously, the trade would have been cut on this test. But it got stuck here. So yes, there was ideally a good short there. I would have loved to short this and squeeze it, but that wouldn't have been very easy. Just trying to get in that and hold it wouldn't have never been easy. We did take a small scalp here and a small loss as well, but we made money on it, $100, 2 trades. So they're not able to drive it. And then there's also a profile here, so we was kind of looking at it from that perspective. But once it came in and started bottom ticking here, now I'm looking at it to hopefully get to VWAP or cross the bigger profiles. So we can cut this profile up and trade it into smaller chunks like so. There's 3 profiles there, but if you put them together, there's 1. And if you put those with this, I would consider that one. It becomes one larger profile and you're getting that neutral look to it. This may actually blow out low. So if that's the case, I don't know why that just popped up on my screen. This may actually run. We need to pay close attention though. This would be tricky because you're trying to hit it lows. 20 is a bad spot. So you need to look for some sort of ranging. It's not bottom ticking. So it needs to hit at least 2075. That's a lot of mid buying, and they're maintaining the pressure, and they're hitting a reclaim. And they're starting to sweep everything. This could be a good pullback for a continuation down. But you need to pay close attention to it. I tried to queue at 24.25. I missed it. But that's probably a good pullback. We need to wait. Because I think it will blow out lows. But we need to sit on it. So it isn't quite puking. 22.25 isn't a good spot to hit. This is creating a bigger range, so now I run the risk of it actually going against me if I try to hit this. That 24 would have been perfect. So now we're putting in a lower high. There's no micro range to lean on. They're not buying, so that's actually a really solid sign. We could get it. It's going to be a little tricky. They're no longer selling either. Short 21.25. Need to be very careful. Break even. They should be selling harder. There they go. It's too jerky here. See how bad it's slipping? Rotated right above 20, but that's fine. Where is a small range? Where can we find a small range establishing one that's good? there's a small range where if it could top tick 2250 like so, that might be okay. It's pushing too much. Keep watching it. The offers are very weak. Now they're slamming it. So a lot of buyers here. A lot of buying here. They slammed it. It's slipping here. Short 2350. This could slip up into me really aggressively, so I have to be careful. We're gonna take 2 off right here because it's probably a good spot to take 2. Okay, we're not gonna get our 2 out. It's probably gonna come back. We got our 2 out. Yeah, see how it's struggling here? This is not solid. That this is needs to be scalped completely. So we're flat on it. It's an okay little scalp. You know, we're up $1,700, so we could make a $2,000 day on just scalping. It's a little too slippery in here. I think it needs to bust out really hard. There it goes. There's a slight range here, but then you run the risk of the 27s pulling it. You kind of did get another bottom tick. We actually need to look at the 3-year because that's telling us a story. We're at the VPOC, so that's why it's not going. There's a high chance of this. It's just not. We're not going to see that puke and run that we want to see, most likely at this point. This could potentially be a long and a run to VWAP. 25 is a problem. It's flagging hard here, but there's all this slip below us, so there is no A hands. See, and the reason I pulled it was getting tight right there, so we could probably make a 2K day just off of subtle trading. As much as I'd like to hit some fat run, I'm not. Yeah, but this isn't a good place to scalp. Do you understand that scalping has to happen in very specific areas? You just don't scalp Cosmo. Like there's no. There is. Anytime I take a scalp, I'm hitting an area that could potentially run. So I'm hitting bigger picture areas that have statistical edge. Trying to scalp here is not a good idea. This is a slip zone. We're on 25. That's a strike price. We're on the point of control on the 3-year. That's not good either. I don't care that it just blew up like that. You know why? Because it's going to most likely reclaim. And just like that. I mean, that is very powerful fucking buying, nevertheless. But it's hitting into the VPOC on the 3-year. Already reclaiming. It's too volatile that I run the risk of getting into a lot of trouble. There's no ranges here. So therefore there is no edge. All I'm doing is playing high quality setups. Look at that roll down. So you got to look at it from the perspective of here to here. Where are we in the range? In the fucking middle. There's no edge. Now there is a slight range here. They're trying to sell it, but they're struggling. Let's see if they can puke it. Because they keep printing it lower. Gotta watch that tape. Yeah, they're just driving it. There should be a puke up. Nope. They're not willing to give it. There it is. Long 23.25. Too much stall here. We'll pull the whole trade. Probably could have squeezed that. It's not the highest quality of area. You gotta watch that Dom though, if you ain't watching that Dom. I gotta call a buddy of mine real quick. Be right There is nothing here. Statistically, there is no reason to be trading in this area. We're sitting at 1900 on the P&L, which is nice. All from scalping. Again, trying to hit bigger picture ideas. And if it goes, it goes. But it's important to understand. Look at this fucking piece of shit. Hold on. Fucker sitting on top of the computer tower. The over chopping. So there is a smaller range here, but I wouldn't take it because you just have. I just want to see how these lows react. Now there is a gap here. I'd like to know if it will jump that. $29s. I wouldn't. It did top tick 29s. Actually, now that I see it, 28.50. So there was a good top tick there. This would have been on a low node too, but I would have been hesitant about that. I just would have been real hesitant about that. See, this isn't good now. You don't trade it no more. You don't take that short. You do not take that fucking short. It already top tick once. But there's so much of a point of control here that you are fighting that. So there is so much conflicting shit. There's too much conflicting shit here. There is too much conflicting shit. When you have, and it's important to have things align on multiple time frames. So, what did I do with the fucking car key? This is probably a moment for me to actually step the fuck out. For a moment. And I'm not gonna press anything to get to $2,000. You guys gotta also just understand that when you're trying to reach some sort of monetary goal in trading, don't have a monetary goal. No, the 3 year is not too much into consideration. The 3 years how I found my first setup with Edge that continuously worked. Shows you where all the volume has happened in this area, and it works. Plain and simple. That's how I found my edge, and that's how I got consistent. So, for me, it's an essential profile. Can we get this trade recap? Which one? The one from yesterday, Chandra? Okay, yeah. Let me run up to the store real quick, and I'll be right back. So 10 minutes.
I was reading some threads on Twitter about different, XRP validators and some programmers behind the scenes. Some guys say that it could take a couple weeks, and then other people say it won't happen until December. So I'm just like, ugh. So we have the XRP lawsuit almost going on 2 years strong by end of year. We have the XLS20 or the NFT functionality on the XRP ledger being delayed. And then we also have Flare Networks being delayed time and time again. And it's just been a crazy past couple years for everybody. So regarding this airdrop ratio, we can see 166% of the initial public token distribution is available to token holders. Flare Foundation. Will trigger a governance vote on the Flare Improvement Proposal 1, or this FIP.01 proposal. Now, the good thing is the first portion of these tokens will be distributed before this governance proposal, before the voting takes place. Therefore, for both yes and no vote tokenomics at the token distribution event, exchanges and self-custody wallets such as MetaMask will receive 0.1511 Flare for every single 1 XRP held. So roughly 15%. So if you had 10,000 XRP, you can multiply that by the 0.1511 and you'll get approximately 1,511 Flare tokens. So you'll get your initial 15% right away. And then we have the voting for this proposal. So there's two scenarios. If this proposal passes, there will be no additional airdrops. The remaining public allocation of this 24.2 billion Flare tokens will be distributed in 36 equal months amounts directly to the initial holders who have wrapped their Flare into wrapped Flare and delegate to the FTSO. So what does that mean? So if option 1 passes right here, there will be no additional airdrops, but how do you calculate how many Flare tokens all of us that delegate our Flare will receive? So we would take this 24.2 billion number divided by 36 months, and that would result in just over 673 million Flare tokens each month to be distributed. So you would take that number, give or take, it's like 673 million Flare tokens divided by the number of people that are delegating their Flare. So let's just say that there's only 5,000 people delegating their Flare. That means that out of that giant pot of over 673 million Flare tokens, they would actually all be splitting that amount based on what they're delegating. But instead of 5,000 delegators, let's say that there's 100,000 delegators. If there's more delegators and more participants, that means that there's going to be less rewards per person. Now, option 2 is if the proposal does not pass, there will be 29 additional monthly airdrops to each address that participated in the December 2020 snapshot. So the first 28 of these 29 additional airdrops will be in the ratio of 0.0302 Flare for every single 1 XRP. So about 3% per month. And then the final airdrop will be in the ratio of 0.0101, so about 1% for every single XRP. Now overall, option 1, if that passes, that's going to reward those that actually use Flare to delegate and participate a lot more in this ecosystem than option 2. Option 2 is for anybody that maybe participated in the snapshot is a cash grab. They were just going to take their Flare, dump it on the market, and probably not really delegate or add any value to Flare Network. So we'll see what happens. I'm hoping there's no more delays. We have the XLS20 delay. We have the XRP lawsuit. We have Flare Networks. I just want one of these things to go. Ideally, I'd love for all of them to go at the same time. And I'm also wondering how the price of Flare will do. If everybody gets their token distribution, their airdrop, are they planning to, dump their Flare tokens right away into USDT and then use those profits to try to buy Flare lower? Are they going to take their Flare immediately and begin wrapping it and delegating it to earn rewards? What do you think price is going to do? Because during typical token distribution events, price might go up really fast and then just dump really hard. If you wanted to check out some price history for Flare, we can see 57 cents today on Live Coin Watch. I remember when they launched the IOUs on BitTrue as well back in the day. Now I know Coinbase a while back said yes, Coinbase will facilitate the future airdrop of the Flare tokens to eligible Coinbase.com holders and users, so those that had XRP on this platform will get some Flare tokens still. And I actually used, I used Uphold, Binance US, I used a few exchanges, and then I also did self-custody. So earlier on Twitter, I was just asking if anybody had any news regarding Coinbase and Songbird. So I know they say right here they're going to distribute the Flare tokens, but are they going to distribute Songbird? I saw some information, but I can't verify it a while back, showing that maybe Coinbase or some big holders were actually dumping on the market. Did any of them just take all that Songbird, sell it right on the market, and dump it immediately and have no plans to distribute it to their users? And if so, man, I am disappointed in Coinbase. So we have Flare Networks coming, and I'm rooting for it. I've been waiting for it for a long time, just like everybody, and I think it's icing on the cake. We also have confirmation that we're going to have automated market makers coming to the XRP Ledger as a layer 1 solution. We know David Schwartz, CTO of Ripple, is also speaking about XRP, the XRP Ledger, being one of the dominant layer 1 blockchains in the space. And I'm saying blockchain is an umbrella term for just DLT. So just understand, the XRP Ledger has been around for over 10 years. It does not need Flare to do well in the future or survive, but it would definitely help. And I'm just rooting for interoperability across the board. We know with Flare they have, Litecoin, even though I'm not the biggest fan of Litecoin. They have Algo, they have Doge, getting a lot of that liquidity and just building bridges between these ecosystems instead of it just being Ethereum. Next up, we have Web3 games and metaverse projects have attracted nearly $750 million in investments since August on DApp Radar. So there's been a lot of bubbles between metaverse tokens and gaming tokens and NFT projects crashing really hard. But I still believe the metaverse is going to be a huge use case in the future. We have global brands like Ford building Mustangs for the metaverse, and even according to Citibank predicting that the metaverse and Web3 may have an $8 trillion to $13 trillion opportunity, and the crypto market today is at $1 trillion if not lower. So we have the global head of banking at Citibank emphasizing the target addressable market for the metaverse is in the range of $10 trillion plus. With over 1.5 billion users will adapt to the metaverse ecosystem, including VR and AR, so virtual reality and augmented reality. We're already seeing that in apps like Snapchat. 5G networks, and fueled by cryptocurrency, the bedrock. Next up, Matthew Liany. So we have Lian Global introduces a cross-border payments guarantee to China. Now this just occurred. Lian Global removes all middlemen or correspondent banks, as we can see right there, 1 hour ago shared by Matthew. And we can see back in the day, Lian International joins RippleNet. Next up, we have Casper 2.0 on the way. I cannot wait for it to experience a bull run. We'll be talking about Casper a lot more in the future because it goes incredibly deep. We have BNB Chain of Binance is collaborating with Google Cloud to bolster Web3 blockchain startups. We also saw additional news about Fidelity. I saw Citadel, a few groups talking about crypto trading desks. And keep in mind, all of these groups below have mentioned or discussed crypto integrations, crypto investments, and crypto trading desks, such as Goldman Sachs. The same institutions that said Bitcoin and crypto are a joke are the same ones integrating and investing in crypto trading desks to bring trillions of dollars into this asset class. As they continue buying the dips, at the very least buying the crypto infrastructure and companies. They're going to be running the companies, the infrastructure. You own the exchanges, you can run the crypto market. So I know there's a lot of hype with NFTs and buzzwords like the metaverse, there's a lot of cash grabs, but just know the total addressable market size for a variety of these use cases is insane. We could talk about identity, we could talk about the World Economic Forum saying 10% of the world's GDP. We're talking trillions of dollars will be tokenized in the coming years. So even in 2020, the world's gross domestic product was approximately 84 trillion. 10% of that is 8 trillion right there. As we can see, JP Morgan backing a $20 million round for blockchain infrastructure startup Onera, aiming to connect the tokenized securities of institutional investors. We're seeing companies like Google and Amazon doing stock splits, allowing everyday people to maybe own a single share of their favorite company without paying hundreds or thousands. They see the value out of tokenization, of fractionalizing ownership. It's just a matter of time. We have the Real Lisa Daily shouting out XRP Owl, King Solomon, and the Lighthouse Genfinity report. Check this out. We can see a comparison of a variety of DLT networks available for use in central bank digital currency pilots and implementation, including Algorand, Hedera Hashgraph, Hyperledger Fabric. We have Corda with R3. We have Ripple and Stellar. Next up, Bank of Russia agrees to legalize crypto for cross-border payments. And remember SWIFT, the giant messaging platform, part of the correspondent banking network that sends over $5 trillion daily. Acted like crypto was not a use case, the future of digital assets didn't exist, it's all the US dollar, the reserve currency, blah blah blah. And remember back in December, exploring tokenized assets, collaborative innovation in action. And it seems like their whole tune has changed, as we can see. By some estimates, volume could reach some 24 trillion.
Internet kept shitting out on it. All right. Stream's not up, is it? All right. So I'm about to be getting to work here today. I think we're gonna end up just calling it.
dollars by 2000.
Trade needs to move up a lot, or the price needs to move up quite a bit. But it probably. Give me a minute. If you guys have fucking questions, ask. Maybe some tick drills? Nah, man. Maybe. I don't know. Because I'm still working on my studio. Hold on, I need to track an Amazon package. Shit. Yeah, I know it's sad, but we do that Mondays. I got other shit to do, man. So yesterday's trade was the biggest trade I've ever taken. Yeah. I'm gonna end up jumping off after I explain this trade, actually. What the fuck did I do with that thing? Give me a second.
$27. The current market cap of tokenized assets is small, but momentum for these digital assets is expected to accelerate rapidly in the coming years. In this title recently, Swift turns focus to digital assets in the 2022 hackathon. In quotes, digital assets are a key topic on the innovation and agenda, as many leading forces in the industry know. And I'm sure you guys remember some of the older videos of the CEO of Swift scoffing at digital assets, acting like there was no utility in crypto or no future for crypto. And now they're hosting hackathons for cryptocurrency. And now they're talking about the benefits of digital assets, cryptocurrency, exploring interoperability and ownership. All the world's a stage. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to hit the like button, subscribe. All links can be found in my link tree linked in the video description.
Yeah,
and I
so
will
we're gonna
catch
end
you
up
in the
calling
next
it
one.
at 1900. I know that would drive some of you nuts because you would try to get to 2000. And what's interesting is this is exactly why psych prices are such a big deal. All right. Okay. So yesterday, major sell off. Low, 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 low. One extreme pivot high. But this area kept getting tested. Top tick, another pivot high. But there's a top tick right there. So theoretically, we should test lower. There's another extreme pivot there. So we extreme pivot here. If it's not it, so after testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, this should break up. It didn't. It top ticked. So since it top ticked, it should be breaking down, and I think that's what might be happening here. Wait, this thing is rallying. it turns on and then it shuts off. And then it turns. Straight here in a bit. I don't know. Then I'm gonna jump off. I know you got free internet with them. Fucking internet crapping out again. I'm looking at this low noted area. I need to watch this. If I can smash a home run, I will. Are you serious? Hey, if you can't see the stream, that's you need to exit and come back in because other people are watching. Yeah, these 59s are probably gonna be the place to do this. We did extreme tick low again though. Yeah, we banged out here. Could be a toss up. Honestly. There are multiple factors of support. Yeah, this, this, top tick. It is also rollover, so we tend to stay neutral rollovers. See how I'm building a story? It could go either way. Look at the overall delta. It's just like pretty flat. Honestly, it's pretty neutral. See it with the overnight. I mean, mostly to the downside on the overnight, but it's rollover. I don't expect a grand slam. So, man, there's so many. Let's see what the weekly has to say about this. This is a tough proposition. There could be a long, but if we're going to go for the long, it needs to be done soon. If we go for the long, it needs to be done soon. And I've not been watching the order flow, so a lot of buying here, which is interesting. That would have been a good attempt. We might be able to chase it from the back. No, we're not going to get it. Not yet, at least. Kind of watching these buyers. They're not really buying the way I would want them to. There they are, ever so slightly. Took a break even here. Kind of a bad spot to hit this. Nah, she ain't trading good here. Too slippery. Puke. That bottom tick was good. Trying to fight into this will be very hard though. Too slippery here. It's so slippery, man. Fuck. Try to queue at 54.50 long, but I didn't get filled. Gonna wait. It's too slippery. Look at it puking. It's so goddamn slippery, man. This is a terrible order flow, but they're trying to find buyers, but I don't know if they're able to really. Market's so thin on the bid offer, it's not. Hmm. It's so slippery. This is the hardest shit to trade. I don't want to break it. I fucking hate breaking. That's a problem, is I can't. It's too slippery. See how it just collapses like that? That's a fucking problem. Look at it. See if this is it. I got a long 57.25. Come on, keep hitting them. Come on, we should get something out of this. Fuck me, it's already collapsing in. It's breaking this range, though. This micro range is breaking, so I'm confident in the motherfucker. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. She ain't giving it to me. She ain't giving shit up. There we go. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on. Fuck me. Scalp it. Took a small loss getting into that. What did we do? We lost 250 to make 550. We're at 2200, so we achieved what we needed to. See, bottom tick. Wait, or was that wasn't a bottom tick? I thought it was. Well, it kind of was, and then it broke it. It was slipping in here, man. The order flow, it's just like I was looking, it just the way it slips. I don't know. You got to read that inside column on the DOM. I mean, you got to do your tick drills. Hey, Cosmo, until you've done as many tick drills as me, don't stop doing tick drills. So you better buckle up, son. It's gonna be a long fucking ride. Hey, I don't give a fuck if you don't like it, whatever, you do it. You do it and you love it. So today was all about being fast. See, there could be a short. I think I don't want to press. I really don't want to press. See, it was see, here's that range and shit. And then right here, it was slipping bad in this spot. And then it started banging up, and this is where we was looking on it. And then it ran, obviously had problems, and then once it started banging again, I cut it. So that was a good little trade. You got to be fast. If you're not getting fast unless you do the tick drills, man. Do you believe mastering tick drills is a game changer? Yeah. Do you want to be fast like me? Do you want to scalp like me? Tick drills gives you confidence when you exit into the right moment. You're wrong. I think that's what I learned so far. You gotta learn to read these fucking inside columns. You gotta read these inside columns, and you need to be manually clearing them. Well, look. Okay, look. So nobody's buying. It's gonna puke. See how slippery it is here? Clear it. That's a lot of selling, but it's slipping here. It's mostly selling. They barely can buy it for shit. It could pop. They can't buy it for shit. They're struggling. Now they're starting to take it. There it goes. They're still selling hard. It's gonna puke more. So I can predict the next few ticks. See how that more puke? Read the goddamn order flow. Stop picking up a tick. Stop picking up a tick to pick up a tick. Read the fucking order flow. Look, it's all selling. Nobody's buying it for shit. And there's a range here. It could probably hit that. Now they're digging it. Now it's getting stuck. It's actively getting stuck here. But they're not buying it. 8 lots came in. Too much selling still. There they go. Now they're there. Now it's... And right here, queuing right here might be an okay shit. But if it doesn't work, now you have to cut it. See? Now there's a break even, or you could have waited for a moment in time. There. If you waited a moment in time, you got a puke, and then that's a good scalp. So you got to read those fucking numbers, man. If you're doing your tick drills and you ain't reading the order flow, then you're not doing tick drills. You're not doing tick drills then. If you're not reading the numbers, you're not doing it right. That is the whole point of it, is to read your fucking order flow. If you're not reading the order flow, you're not doing it right. If you're sitting there picking up ticks mindlessly and not actively trying to understand what these fucking numbers are telling you, then you're wasting your fucking time. Yeah, you'll never be able to really explain it. Let's look at that trade from yesterday. Let's talk about context. Okay, so we was talking about these pivots. Right? So we have a top tick. It should come out the other side. And this is where we got short here. Right? Bottom tick, top tick. Going to the other side. It got stuck up here, so let's look at the RTH. So this V bounce, dude, the market never does that. It's never that clean. So the thing about that is that just doesn't seem right. It always ranges on the bottom before it rotates back up. And that is just too weird for me. How do I know this? Experience. So unless you've looked at the ES and seen how it rotates off bottoms, this does not look right. You guys wouldn't know that. Top tick. I drew the pink line because that's where the halfway mark was. We're spending most of the time up here. And then up here we put in this micro range, and we're spending most of the time above the pink line. Most of the trading is happening above the pink line. And when you go from the top of the pink line to the bottom of the pink line, after spending a lot of time here, it's going to want to stay down here. Then it comes in the VWAP. It starts breaking the range, but it's kind of a shitty range. Then it boxes the VWAP, and then it pukes hard. The problem is that puke, this is where I was getting stopped out. I was looking for a continuation because the volume and volatility was very high. And then it started, I tried to hit this pullback, and then I was getting fucked on it, and then it wound. And once it started doing all this bullshit and winding like this and rotating here, then the trade's no good. But I got fucked up. It tested 3 times low. But what did it not do? What did this third low not do? What did the third low not do, guys? Exactly. So this is now a poor low with an already questionable low, with us spending a bunch of time up here and finally breaking it. So now we need to clear inventory low. And then look, here we are on the profile. Look on the profile on the left. It comes up, it comes up, it comes up. What does it do right here? It creates an extremely dense profile. That denseness was not created from that V bounce. See how the denseness is not there, but all this chopping up to this point, now it's there? What is this? Top tick of another major pivot. Yes, it wasn't beautiful. And the low node. Hit the mean revert. We hit the mean revert. Why? Because we didn't bottom tick. We didn't clear inventory low. We spent a bunch of time on the top end and everything else. We finally get it to run. Bounce hard. Not puking. Another bounce. Starting to almost wind. Bang up here. It's shooting up really quickly, almost like it wants to hit this reclaim. Shoots down. Bottom ticks this micro range. Right there. To a tick. A tick. That to me was a bottom tick. It's already struggling to come out. It's already not puking anymore. Pull it. This trade makes me look like a genius because I pulled the trade on the bottom. But how many times did I cut trades too early today? How many times did I cut trades too early today? I cut a few really solid ones way too early. So just because I nailed a top and a bottom from here to here in that little area doesn't make me a genius. That's going to happen sometimes, but that's not going to happen all the time. Most of the time is going to look like today. Most of the time is going to look like today. And it is very imperative that I'm good at trading this bullshit. Scalps. Most of the time, looks like this. Do you see any impressive trades in there? Does anybody see any impressive trades in there? The most I got was 14 ticks. But I was trading bigger picture ideas. You want to know about bottom ticks and top ticks? then go watch this video. You guys need to go watch this. Hold on. If you don't understand auction theory, then you need to go watch this. Just go watch that. That talks about bottom ticks, top ticks. There was no bottom tick at the lows. So, could you explain the upticks, bottom ticks, and why it's a good sign? Just go watch that video. That'll, if that doesn't explain it well enough for you, then you can ask me, but the answer's there. Obviously it cleared, but like I'm saying is that I mean, I sat through some shit there waiting for it to go. So, very well couldn't have. It very well could have kept going too, right? There is no absolute. We don't know who's gonna do what where, because in the end when it gets down here, a bunch of people are either pressing the button or they're not. And nobody can predict what those people are going to do. It is very much randomness. But the way I got in it and got out of it just makes me look like a genius, but in the end that's not most trades. That's a trade that people take to fucking Twitter and then they use it to fucking impress people. But that's not reality. That's not reality all the time. So what I showed you is what is happening most of the time. She's being very stubborn. So probably not gonna hit it. But it's just like you got to build the story. Every trade has a story, just like that big one. Well, it is going down. You could theoretically, if you think it's going to mean revert, it could be fought for. I don't know if I would. Honestly, it would have to have been hit like in this section, but it's already like coming in too much. I don't know what's up with this stacked liquidity here. It's not much size actually. Look at all that selling, but it goes up. The offers are weak. Now they're digging it. Buyers ain't there for shit. There they go. They're getting. See, if you see that happen when it comes in, but it doesn't go down. Yes, there was reloading. See, it's all slippery here. Now it's too hard to gauge what could happen. See how it's slipping back and forth? It's wine walking, which is a sign it could go low. They're selling hard, but buyers are coming in relatively Nope. There they go. There's a slip here, so it could go. They're not there. They're not buying or selling very good. There they go. See how it's flipping up? You got to see if it slips down again because they're not doing a good job buying. It's still not good right there. And nail it long right up in that right here. But I'm not going to do it. There you go. There's a free tick. You'd have to manage it out. Yep. And then it pukes out. Yeah, that would have fucked you up. But why would I be longing there? I don't know why I would. It just, we're looking at order flow. Obviously it's down this point, so it is mean reverting. I need a better pullback. It ain't there. It's already too late. Yeah, I was trying to get 20s on yesterday trade, but I had enough of it. They're trying to hit this liquidity zone. Honestly, I don't know what to make of it either. There's no edge here. You could try to leverage that low node at 51s. But there's too much reclaim. I don't know. For me, it'd have been the move down. This slight pullback would have been it. Really, like, this would have been tricky at this top. And then the way it starts puking and then just trying to find something like this here. Because you're not really, there's a rotation. So that was the trade I was saying that could have possibly been on deck for a long. That's not very high quality. Because you got to look at the bigger picture. There's too much things that can make this trade go wrong. It could go wrong here. It could go wrong here. You also have this bullshit on the open. Like, what the fuck is this mess? So that they're, in reality, it could go on the top side. See what it does here. Sellers are slowing down quite a bit. They're puking it slightly. No buying whatsoever. See, there's a lack of volatility, and I know I don't have edge on that. Only a 4-lot bought 52s. Now they're buying it. Long 51.75. That's a beautiful, beautiful scalp. I'll take it. Trying to get out of it. There we go. I had to mark it out on it. Really nice scalp right there. So 1 in 10. See, and it's just like scalping today is just that's the plan, man. I just don't see me hitting a hold'em. It's there. I need more noise, honestly. So how do you do that dark magic? What dark magic? Do your tick drills. Do your tick drills. Learn to read the price action. Look, it already came back. See right here, man. Well, it was right here. Just watching the inside columns. There's a bottom tick. I would have liked that because you want to trade it back into the liquidity at 50s. See how there was resting liquidity on the heat map? Problem is it's going to want to suck back into it. It's also rollover, so prices like 50s and shit are going to be trading. You're going to really it's going to get stuck on psych prices more frequently because people are trying to roll positions. You got to also understand your broker will cut you deals once you prove yourself, so. It's only 308. Huh? What do you pay? 350. It's 308, but whatever. You know? It's part of doing business. Man, that win rate is fucking beautiful today. %77%, almost a 78% win rate. That's very good. Considering I'm usually in the 40s. Is it for every contract, no matter how much you trade, or is it flat? Yeah, no, it's per. I spent 308. Oh, don't get me wrong. I definitely pay the light bill at the office. Somebody's getting paid their salary through me. Some office worker, you know, the guy in the mailroom or some shit. She's hitting this reclaim. See, I would go through Trade Evade, but they have lag. It's the slightest lag. It's a couple of milliseconds, but I refuse to. I need fast. Be just best to fucking get a goddamn loft in Chicago so I can be as quick as possible. Every fucking millisecond counts, though. I don't know about Ninja Trader. You're gonna have to figure that one out. Jigsaw Sierra. I've used TradeStation in the past, and it is atrocious and it's absolute trash. And that's about it. I know Jigsaw doesn't have good charting. Well, I don't know if it's gotten better. No, but the thing is, my DOM's got to be set up the way it is, you know. If it's slightly too wide or it just looks different, I can't. They're about to hit this low node. I don't know what is going to happen in there. I would use your Jigsaw standalone, not the plugin. See, all you need to do is get good at predicting the next tick. But if you can overlay that to like a small setup on a small time frame, hence the reason the 3-second chart is so important. I think too many traders are, well, if you're going to scalp, you need to read the noise. If you can't read the noise, you have no business scalping, in my opinion. But if you can just read your order flow correctly, you can typically predict the next tick. And if you can nail it on a smaller scale price action setup, then the RR gets skewed in your favor. And if that's further timed with something on a larger time frame, then you're propelling, you're giving yourself the highest potential RR. But what's good about hitting those areas like that is typically it works. We'll see what happens in here. $43.50 should be watched. See, it's a little, you need to let it rotate. And that's the thing, it could reclaim all the way back, or it could start slapping around in this fucking valley. If it starts slapping in this valley, then this is not an A+ hit. It could be this first test. This is probably a B. It's slipping too much. They're not really buying it very well. I'm just listening to the order flow. There's barely buying. Now they're hitting a little harder. Now there's a chance of it going. Oh, too much selling. Cancel. Top tick micro range. So it needs to go a little bit lower. They're not pressing very hard here. There we go. Now it's picking up. Bottom tick, lots of bigger buying. Could attempt it. It's because it is going kind of manic. She looks good. I just don't want to buy it here. She looks so good. I just don't want to buy it here. It's slowing down a lot. It looks it now it's slowed down. Nobody's buying shit. Still looks good. No, it doesn't look good. I'm lying to myself. Couldn't get it. They're struggling now. Nobody's doing shit on either fucking side. There's a come on, puke it. Here you go. Oh. Nah, there she goes. Couldn't get it. Oh well. Sometimes that happens. You just gotta be content with it. No, it's not Nadro based. Nadro is they didn't teach execution for shit. Who's been through Nadro here? Not the same. In theory, it is. And like the core principle of trading value zones is there, and maybe rhythm, if you would, but not quite. Acceptance, yeah, a little bit, but it's very much my own style. He doesn't use a DOM or tape or a 3-second chart. Every trade's suspect. He reads rhythm and cum delta only. Yeah, he looks at footprint too. I gotta get to work though. I think I'm gonna jump off here in a bit. Shut. Because I missed that opportunity. You just gotta be okay with missing them too, man. Because you can go on tilt. You don't just go on tilt from bad trading. I've noticed I can go on tilt from missing trades and trades constantly coming back. Where are you working now? What do you mean? For myself? Oh, the wall, the studio. I gotta sand the wall again. Yeah, I wouldn't skate on it. It would break. Yeah, because it's got to get painted, and then there's a rail system going in the ceiling to have all my lights and shit. You guys need to show up though. Like you have the ability to learn some fucking crazy shit for free here. And all these other guys in the other room missed me talking about that massive trade yesterday. So it just Dude, there ain't no room in this fucking room. This is a solo operation, man. Like, my floor space is fucking non-existent at this point. If my community was more consistent and good and they were willing to move, I could consider renting an office or some bullshit. Actually, it'd be better to trade out of a fucking room in a house. Here's the skate park. Where we're at now. Why isn't my fucking internet? Did my internet crash? No, it didn't. The goddamn internet on my phone ain't working. I can't get pull pictures. But yeah, I gotta finish standing the wall. We have some C-channel pegs in the ceiling, and we put furring strips so they're not going in the drywall. So there's like plywood holding these pegs. And then the C-channel has, let me actually see if I can send a picture. Oh wow, I sent that internet drop message a while ago. I don't know why it just popped up. Probably because the internet dropped. Hold on, no, it hasn't been every day, dude. It has been so good. Because when I got this crate delivered, they destroyed my yeah, so that dolly this C channel is running the length of the room. And then these dollies with the wheels connect into the channel and they roll around up there. So the cameras and mics and lights and shit will be in the ceiling. Yeah. I don't spend money on myself really, so this is like for me, I'm spending money on this studio for it to be nice. And then I'm gonna get back on doing YouTube more frequently. It's just I'm going to move to Chicago and build an office. Well, if you build an office, let me bum some fucking internet off you. It ain't worth it, Tundra, unless there's more unless people are more. Would you move to Chicago from Texas? I wouldn't want to. I fucking hate the snow. I don't use Stream Decks, I use X keys. Yeah, that's what you're seeing. That's an X key 24. You can customize it, pull it apart. I think that's very important. You can put key blockers in it, so that way you can feel your way around the buttons, and you know, because I got key blockers between. I mean, I've gone over this before. So like my fingers are like this on it. Some of the buttons do completely different shit that I don't. Oh, it doesn't matter that I'm done trading. So I don't care about that move. It doesn't matter to me. Like, I made the money. Yeah, so see, and you can pull it apart. I put sandpapers on some of the buttons, like pointer finger is a flat key, middle finger is cancel. And then the other stuff on the bottom don't do shit. Then I'm toggling between 1, 2, 3, and 4 lots. You can see at the top. But there's black key blockers in there, so I can jam my finger in those holes and know without looking at the pad exactly where 4 is. And some of the missing buttons and stuff are to just put arrows on my DOM in the notes section. So it's the very much kind of like unit that's just
Hey, Fat Cat, I'm not sure if you can hear me or not.
you.